spent a lot of time kind of refining up the C++ plugin package. I think I have most of the logic in place, most of the non-asynchronous logic. I still have to write the multi-threaded portion, but they should all lock properly. And so before I move further, I need to ensure that everything's working properly, and that means I need a test harness. So I just started in here. I'm just going to start with some just basic logging of the values that are coming out of this. So I'm going to make a function in Blueprint here, and we'll call this print. Gonna take a Proctree wrapper. This is our wrapper object that we construct on the back ends in the C++. So take a Proctree wrapper and a flag. Okay. There we go. And now we can just I want to start out, I just want to see what's in it, right? So do path. There's probably a better way to do this that I'm just not aware of, but and it's annoying that it maxes out, huh? Alright, so the first thing we want to do is we just want to be able to print all our node data. Density, temp, scale, offset, activated seed. Fudge. Okay. That's unfortunate. We can still kind of ninja our way around it. Good enough. We actually want to create a function for printing out the various pieces of this. So we'll just do this. I'm not super concerned about these functions because as long as they prove that what I've got works the way that I think it should, then we're good. So call this dang it. Print. No. There we go. Then we can do this. There we go. And looks good. All right, so now, it's because it's because the level's not saved. Shit. This was the wrong place to do this, but we'll just, Okay, so now we have this. We can compile this, come back out here to the event graph here. We have this, we get rid of sure. All right, and let's just start this up and see if we can get a log of what our root looks like. Looks like we properly calculated the size. Bounding box calculations wrong. Yeah. Everything looks so like this is where you kind of got to understand what's going on, right? Like we have a size here. Our size should be the full scale of our thing. But right now our size is the same as our negative and positive coordinates, which means that this is actually half our size, or more likely, this should be half of what it actually is. So now, because we know that, we can go in here, and because we've created a helper function for calculating all this shit, and I was wondering if it was going to do this or not. When I saw this function, I remember looking at it, I was like, huh. So it takes an extent, and coworker, ChatGPT, wanted to use the size, and I was thinking to myself at the time, shouldn't it use half the size? But maybe that's the way it works. So I knew it would come out in testing. So now you should be able to do this, rebuild everything. Why can't I not? Okay, there we go. So let's try it again. Boop. Okay, so clearly it didn't update. Interesting. Interesting. Well, we got some other error that we're not familiar with. If it keeps cropping up, then obviously we'll have to address it. But I think that a lot of stuff right now is just kind of expected to break. Oh. 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 This is a fundamental question. Is it better to have the node size be... It's not a radius, but it's like the square equivalent of a radius? Or is it going to be better to have it be the equivalent of diameter? I'm sorry if I don't remember the math terms, but like the square is some units wide. How is this being used in the rest of the code? And that's why all of this is not using halfways. So it might actually be okay. We just have to change our understanding of what that variable means. So where are my references to this guy? You guys see like this stuff now? If this is going to be assumed to be like an extent rather than a... I guess extent is probably the word I was looking for. But if this is going to be assumed to be an extent rather than... I don't know, the full width, depth, whatever, then it actually does simplify the math, so maybe that just makes sense, because like we're always dividing it by 2, or multiplying by 0.5 actually, most of the time. Not that there's a difference. I think multiply might actually be a little faster. Alright, let's give that a shot. need to set this as my startup level. Okay, so now we assume this is an extent. Looks good. So let's go back to our test level blueprint. Proctree wrapper to string. We do this, we do that. So now we want to start trying to do some stuff to it. So let's try this. Let's try out this. Bounds look good. We'll call this a galactic cluster. And now this should be the output here. So we can just Alright, so now let's see if we can do an insert through our C++ Proctree. Come on. Don't crash on me. Fuck. Oh, perfect. We'll get to see exactly why it failed. Alright, so creator update node by index at line 182 is right here. Aha! And immediately we can see why. We need a factory or some kind of initializer for our nodes. So like here's what's going on, right? We tried to access an index, but the array was not initialized, which means that when we spin up our node, no, not this guy. I need to delete this file too. So let's go back to our Proctree structures. So that means when we spin up this guy, can I add constructors to him? Come on. Don't choke on me. Alright, so can we add some constructors to the header for our actual internal structure? Hold on. Yes, it would be the internal structure. Save it. And then we can Create definitions for the constructors. Need to close this shit down too. Cluttering my screen, the useless. Search results. From double checking all our usages of size and making sure that an extent would work as well as a... Gosh, I don't even know. What do you call, if you've got a cube, what do you call the... I think the kind of pseudo equivalent for the radius is extent, but what's the diameter equivalent? That I don't actually know. I mean, I know conceptually what it is. I don't know what it's called. I bet that coworker might know while we're doing all this churning here. What is the logical equivalent term for the radius and diameter? No, I'm for instance from the center of cube to one There you go. Yes. We are doing what is the width still age length? Why is this? Excuse me. What the fuck are you doing? Close this, please. This is like choking the whole fucking application. Stop. Keep. Downsize. Great. Okay. Now, so we made some new headers for these. Quick actions recite. Create definition. Alright, well I guess I just let it churn. I need an initialization block so that I can set my array to be 8 empty or 8 null pointers. And then all my arrays can be sized already by the time I get into the code that's complaining. This is one of those things that I knew I needed to do and I just forgot. I think I tried for a little bit and was having problems with it, like recognizing my constructors properly or something. And then it was like, oh, I'll just look at it later. And now here I am trying to test it. And I'm like, oh, that's right. I skipped this. God damn, what the hell is this taking so long for? Alright, just cancel it. Holy shit. Can I just save it? I'm gonna... This is ludicrous. Good lord. Doing a global search for size was a fucking mistake for sure. Alright. So now, can I go do this now? So... Great. And great. Save it all. Back to our structure C++. Now we have this wonderful thing here where children no. Tree lock is a static. Is this for real? No. Yeah, it's a static variable. It's wrong. Oh, GitHub Copilot. Sometimes you're useful and sometimes you're just fucking annoying. Okay. Let's see. It's a T array, right? I gotta look at the struct now, because I don't remember what I set it to. Yeah, it's a T array. Let me just copy the type from here. Back over here, and here. Yep. Could I also do this, perhaps? Looks like it might actually be cool with that. No. Ugh. There. Is this cool? Let's try it. Oh, I've broken. Okay. so while that's down, let's build this. Make sure that it's actually cool with that. So I don't know any of the shorthand assignments or stuff like off the top of my head. I'm still figuring that shit out. Like I know that like, hey, maybe I could do a shorthand assignment here since it's all just null pointers. I know I want specifically 8. There might be a better way to write this so that I don't have to write out null pointer 8 times. But it's not really a big deal. If I do, it should still work. Should the child store its active indices in like another set? Or am I overthinking it? And you just check them for nulliness. Okay, so it built just fine. We restart. Default level. There it is. So now it's not so bad that this is our test harness. It's not great, but it'll work. Alright, so let's see if we can do an insert now. Probably I would wager no. It's gonna break again. Because there's something else that we haven't thought about. Yeah, exactly. CPP 44. That's interesting. So do we just breakpoint in here? So can I breakpoint like that in the C++? I hope so. No. At least not the way I'm currently doing it. So then close. What if I run this? Can I debug now? Yes. Okay. 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 Parents and null pointer. This is where we error out. So I gotta find out how to do like a better null pointer check here, basically. So we skip it. Okay. And now current node is this. Parent is null. But it breaks right here, right? Yeah. So I can't. How do I check? How do properly check for null in C++? Null. Yeah, just give me the spiel on C++ nulls, null checking. Null pointer constants. The most common check of a pointer is null. Oh, really? So if this is just a pointer, can I just do this? All right. Let's try it again. Probably going to be a long night of debugging like this because all this code is completely untested at this point. But by the end of it, I should have the backbone of the plugin along with the ability to kind of move on and do the async stuff at that point. I got to make sure everything works first. And then I'll worry about multi-threading it. So wait. All right. We got our breakpoint still. Go. Current node. Okay, great. Next one. What does this mean? Let's check. Coworker. Attempt to dereference a null pointer. This is while loop when okay. Okay. I think it's just working now is what it feels like. I'm not hitting the same error and I'm getting deeper, so like my insert's probably actually going off. Alright, let's see what we got. Okay, bounding box is wrong. Size is correct. Appears to be correct. All of this makes sense. A lot of it's working, a lot of it's not. So let's take a look. We got, for one thing, we didn't actually insert into the right place, doesn't look like. We got 07, but I think we had more than that. So I need to look at the blueprint again. so we just got the last one. So like we basically something went wrong here. So let's take a look. Thinking. So like we're gonna need one here. Path length one. Wildcard node. And then that should be the root. So we're gonna need to check the root. Come down here. Yeah, we gotta check all this shit. Okay, so let's just run it again. That's all we gotta do. It's not crashing this time, which is nice. It means that just gotta run it again. Here we go. Yeah, see, like it. Oh, maybe. Let's see. Junior. Excuse me. Traverse. So maybe. What the hell is it? Man, Stack Overflow is fucking useless. There does not even though it has a value. So let's just play it again. Break out of Yeah, I just want to step through this a couple more times. I got to figure out what's going on. Doesn't feel right to me. All right. May not be able to use a T array for this. There we are. And on this line, we get another error. Yeah, so this is an issue. Let's see. Try this. Let's take a look into current node actually. Doesn't make any sense, man. Will this cause it to happen inside the loop if I do it this way? Let's try that. If current node parent try that. So now maybe we just let it rip and see if we get the null pointer. I actually need it here too. See if we get the null pointer here instead. I may have needed to build there too. This part's probably going to be a slog for me for a little bit as I pick this language up, but let's go. Is this gonna error? Yeah. That's interesting. So I can check. Is it what about repping it? I'm not sure how the bang works there. It might have been like appended to this guy instead of the whole thing. maybe. But I can just give it a shot. This is the face mash part where you just like, oh, I don't know how this works. Let's just mess around with it till we figure out how it does work. So there's definitely some like basic stuff that if I had some more examples to look at, I could probably figure out. Let's see. Yeah, let's just do it. This looks... it's different. Hey. Okay. I just found out what's going on. So now, because we escaped from the null pointer hell. I'm just going to stop this now, and I want to try this, and then I want to build. Something like that. Let's tell coworker about our discovery. Hey, by the way, maybe this will help him in the future. It's funny, it still wrote it wrong. That's funny. It's like so dumb and clever at the same time. It's kind of a trip. Okay. Yeah, let's go. Okay, so now I know how to properly null check all this shit. Which is a big add. Like, that's a huge gain. It's very important. And I know what I was doing wrong, and it all makes sense to me now. It was all, the order of evaluation was off because I wasn't wrapping it. Let's go. Okay. Boom. Oh, no. Still doesn't like it like that, though. So that's fine. We don't need this check at all in that case, I think. I think this was the one that worked, right? This data looks potentially good. Got activated a bunch. So we got some like weird recursive shit going on here that I've got to work out. Yeah, something went wrong. All right, what do we get? Path 07. That's wrong. Index 7. Depth of 1. We seem to have inserted in the right place. Size looks good. Bounding box is wrong. Wait, no. Bounding box is fine. Seed is 7, which is fine. Location offset will always be 0 in this case. Relative scale. Looks like things randomized properly. So it's actually closer than I thought, but something weird is going on in the tree. Density is actually fine. Maybe not. That seems... So like it did one insert, so I probably have a return somewhere that I shouldn't. So we're looking at insert node by path. I think I see what it is. Okay. This is suspicious to me. So let's try again. Now we want to see here. Because I think that this is supposed to be this. Okay, let's go. Try it again. This is the slog part because it's hard to debug stuff when you're not like super fluent with the language. That just comes with time though. If I do this for like a month or two, it'll be no big deal. Makes sense. So do I have to? Hopefully, let's find out. Actually, that makes sense. So like, you check to see, make sure there's a current node, and then you check to make sure that there's a current node parent. I want a breakpoint here every time. It's like you spend a lot of time fighting through these like kind of bullshitty language specific implementation details when you're first getting started in a language, but like it feels like you're spinning your wheels for a long time, but there's going to be a few shared like concepts that I gotta get a grasp on as I do this, and then like the rest of it is just gonna snap into place, and then all of a sudden it's gonna be like completely working. Because like a lot of it is written. I always forget that I don't have to change the level. Fuck, man. I need to find sample of climbing to the root of AC plus struct go. Could also use it stack potentially to do it, but I'll figure this out. So I'm confused because like I thought that this is what I was doing here, was null checking this parent value. How can I null check a member? How can I this function in C++ is intended code. Pointer on the middle if block oh, because okay, I see. See, but that's what I was doing at the start, you know? Like that's the way I did it the first time. Yeah. This is what, like, when I initially saw this function, I was like, this is how it should work. Alright, so let me just go again. How can I watch the int value? I gotta figure that out. There it is. And this? New node? A0 B40. Seems that way. I think that just worked. Seems like it. Not quite. But that's actually great. So win some, lose some, right? We got rid of the null pointer. We know to be aware of that, although we don't know for sure if we got rid of the null pointer or not. I need to run it a few times. Yeah. Damn, that's crazy. How does it work one time but not the other? You know what I'm saying? That's really odd to me. Probably something fundamental I'm missing here. No, I see. I think. So if the current node doesn't have a parent already, somehow it doesn't make sense. Like the. I'm gonna put parens on this too, but like I don't. Doesn't seem right. Yes, so. I mean, I know this is redundant, but I do want to see, like, because ideally I would be able to do it in this, like, it doesn't make sense that I'm doing, like, separate checks inside the while loop. I totally understand that. I'm just, like, kind of just face smashing on it at the moment. Go. It's so weird to me that it would work like one time and then not work, you know? Like, shouldn't it, if it's hitting a null pointer because my logic's wrong in the tree, like, shouldn't it hit that null pointer every time? Okay, go. Eight null children. Yeah, so like that null check is just not working here. Like, this is not right. We gotta, okay. All right, let's give that a shot. Eventually, I'm going to figure out how to do this check, and then it should be simple from there for this specific problem. Because this is a problem that will probably arise quite a few times in the implementations so far. But if we know how to fix it, then it should be easy to kind of clean them up. All right, there we go. Yeah. Oh, no. Okay. So its parent is still populated. So here's the fucking boop. Yeah. Doesn't like it. How do I deal with this? What about smart pointers? What's a smart pointer? And the unique pointer goes out of scope, resets, shared pointer, multiple owners. Um, what kind of pointer would work well for tree structure? Okay. Proctree structure, CPP. Over here. Damn it. This may have to change. How would you reference a child by its index? Something like this. Abandon the idea of using the Unreal type for that, and then we gotta go rewrite a bunch of stuff. Okay. How do I, so okay, that's gotta be rewritten over here. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, it's happy now. Okay, great. Mm-hmm. And then to here, and here, and here, and here. You change everything to use shared pointers. Then all these are going to be broken. So back to the drawing board for a little bit, it looks like. Mm-hmm. Alright, any second now it's going to perk up. This is, on the other hand, going to be completely fucked for a little bit, probably. Children push back child center here. Okay, now using Ah, I see. It's when it's creating them. So, whoa, is that a thing? So the parent member is a standard to avoid reference cycles. What did you mean by this? Ah. So the parent has to be a weak pointer, perhaps? Da, 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 da. Okay, weak pointer, shared pointer. All right, but why is this mad? Maybe I can do this. Let's find out. Oh, you know what? It was just I had one too many of these, huh? I'm still curious if it's like the T array. So let's just leave it. I want to try it because I had the logic worked out for it. Maybe I can just trade out the pointers. Yep. Yep. All right. So we puzzle around on it a little bit. I think we come up with something a little bit cleaner, hopefully. Weak pointer, shared pointer, children. Save everything. Oh. Okay, I see. Okay. So we are the root. Oh, we're not there yet. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Let's see. So make shared, huh? Mm-hmm. Okay. New shared pointer, tree node, child. Okay. So. Sorry, I just have to read a bunch of documentation here trying to figure out what I'm supposed to be doing. Does that work? No, this part's wrong. It would be maybe this, but probably not. Huh? Maybe I guessed it right. Seems happy. We can just debug it, right? And it looks like that actually everything else was happy here. At least it seems that way. So now using lessons learned up here. No, it won't work that way. It has to be like standard. Make shared. And then it's going to be a node like this. And then wait, what? That's probably very wrong, but we're gonna be first. We got to get it to where we can step through it. You know what I'm saying? To do that, we got to fix all the errors here. Guess I could have just done a find and replace, huh? Now we're looking for stars. where's the rest of these stars? These are multiplies. That's fine as far as I know. Alright. So now let's come down here because this method's real important. So let's take a look. Okay, yeah, looks good. Oh yeah, these gotta change a lot. So let's grab the type here. This is like our replacement type for everywhere we use the star pointer. Now let's come down here. Like this. We're gonna have to rewrite the wrapper too, the adapter layer, which sucks, but you know, it is what it is. So we gotta use whatever types we need to use. Alright. So now, happy here, unhappy here, this one spot. Mm-hmm. This is why. See, this is like an issue because like my eyes glaze over shit like that, man. Okay, wait, no way. There's no way it just works out of the box like that. It's gonna be completely fucked for a second, I'm sure. But let's go ahead and set a breakpoint in here and watch it crawl up a tree and see. Oh wait, no. There's gonna be other broken shit. Like this is broken for sure. Lots of broken shit. Alright, gotta think about this now. So let's actually start with the node wrapper. We'll get our experience here because this is where it's going to be like the majority of shit that happens. Using I done fucked up again. Yep. There's a like this. And then we can use the Unreal Engine defaults. Yeah. I feel like this is probably closer to correct. Okay. I think we may have a lead here with these Unreal type pointers. Yeah. That's the way we do it. For sure. Okay, and then let's see. Some of this will have to change for sure. How do I make one? Oh, that's so sick. Okay. Yeah, that's much better. My goodness. Okay, and then now we got our pointers. This is, yeah, so over here, we want to do our Control H. Place, replace. Leave it all back over here. Almost everybody's happy. Wait, are these just breakpoints? No way it was that simple to fix all that. Like, it's got to be fucked up in some other way, right? Because oh yeah, right. I still have all these to fucking fix. What is the... Okay, how do I pass it back? How can I pass a shared? Understand. Okay, stop. I am writing the data wrapper. Okay, one. Stop. No. We are doing Okay, I think I may have found one issue here. seems fine. This is gonna blow up like 4th of July when I try to run it. I can already tell. Changing way too much at the same time, but I think it's just like gotta bite the bullet and do it. I'm gonna come back to this one. Let's go up the page a bit. Okay, so let's just take a look at some of our symbol things. This is our reference to ourself. We hold a shared pointer to the node. We can get the pointer, weak pointer to the parent. If I pin we'll check it out. We'll look at the state of it as we do it. And then we come down here. We have this is fine. We should be returning pointer objects back to everybody. That's correct. How do I check if? How do I check T? Is valid. Hell yeah, let's go. Seems okay. Looks good. It weirds me out when all this stuff just like kind of fixes itself. Mm-hmm. 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 You like a snack or some shit. Da-da-da. Okay. That's fine. This looks good. Looks good. Alright. Seems pretty clean there. No suitable constructor exists. Convert from F Proctree node. Constant to T shared pointer. Oh, it's because this is supposed to be this. Like this. Oh, no, no, no. No, no, no. This was fine, actually. It's in the header file. There she is. Shared pointer. F tree node. Wrap a new node. Set our data. Seems like with that, maybe everybody's happy. Alright, what are the odds of this actually compiling? I would say like close to 0. 5%? Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I can show you in the project, but I built a procedural generation octree that I can do. Hey, look at that, it succeeded. I built a procedural generation octree that I can use to represent like universal scale levels, basically. And you can kind of procedurally generate it down to any depth. Not any depth. You get about 60 levels of resolution, which is a lot. Um, and I have it working in blueprints, but it is not exactly thread safe because it's using a async blueprint plugin, and because I built it in blueprints, all my data models that are recursive are U objects, but it's actually bad to make U objects off the game thread. And I need to be able to edit the tree off the game thread because it's useless to me on the game thread because I'm doing like heavy proceduralization logic in it. So I started up a little plugin in C++. I'm also not a C++ expert. Like I've been dabbling with it for about a month. I've done some C in the past, about over a decade ago. So I kind of blunder my way through it, right? And basically reproduce the same data structure and controls and things that I'm using in the main project. But this time with true thread safety, reader-writer locks, kind of the works, as a C++ plugin package. Because I don't really want to go any further with the spine of kind of what I want to do, throwing me occasional garbage collection crashes because I'm making U objects off the game thread, basically, is what started it. I started this effort anyway, and now I'm just like basically, I would call this portion of development the face smashing portion of it, where I'm a noob at C++, but I've been doing dev for a long time, so I'm just sitting here like basically bashing on it and breaking it, and then it works or it doesn't work. Then I try it again, and 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 I basically hold myself hostage until it works. Pretty much. Eventually, either the problem, either I will either break down the problem, or I will break down my sanity, and one of those things will happen for sure. Oh god, I'm worried about this one. Okay, so I have a breakpoint right here. Let's try it. Fuck it. So I basically just took it from just the little star notation pointers, but I was getting all kinds of like memory fucking shit. So I swapped to standard shared pointers. But then I realized that Unreal had a shared pointer type that was Unreal specific. So now we're looking at this to try and debug basically. This actually looks like it's working, and I'm kind of astounded because like I'm used to like having for this shit to, if I do something big, I'm used to having it fail like at least 10 times before it actually works. So let's see. So we have a node. The node's parent is a null pointer. Perfect. That's exactly what we want because we want the root. It has 8 null pointer children because it's a sparse blocks of log tree. We have what appears to be the correct size calculation for the depth of the octree that we're building. The bounding box looks good. This is actually an extent. Yep, all that looks good. What about node data? Node type is none. This should actually be root. So that's wrong. Well, I still have my sanity so far, and I've been coding for a while, so usually my persistence wins out, but I mean, I guess sanity is relative, right? But if you want, I can show you like basically the idea that I'm trying to get working. So Oh my goodness. Because it is cool. Can I? Oh, yeah, because I'm running it from here. So I'm going to start up a completely different project. Because this actually seems to be working, which I'm just astounded. I was like, I'm really proud of myself on that. I was not expecting to just like go do like a huge amount of refactoring and be able to just compile it. Um, where? Oh, I have to update 5.1 shit. Was it this one? Yeah. It was the one on my C drive. So what I basically have working is it does like universe scale basically shit. So like you have to multiply the camera speed by int32 max, and you still can barely crawl through it if you make it as big as it can go. And I have the ability to kind of spawn in systems and warp to those systems back and forth. Now, I don't have anything textured or anything like that. It's just a visualization of the basically the voxel cores. And then I also have some little point cloud functions I've written. There's one that generates like spiral galaxy style point clouds and whatnot. So let's run this and see if it works. All right, we spawn in our highest layer. So this, oh, I gotta, hang on. Tools, window, console variables, presets, default console variables. So I kind of have like a little warp animation basically playing. Each one of these would represent like a cluster of galaxies at this scale. And then as I come in here, we approach the specific galaxy I spawned in. And then if I look around here, I can see over there I have like a stellar cluster. And then here in a second, it's going to spawn in a new one and warp me to that one. Yep, there we go. So now we spawn in a totally new system over here. And the idea is that these cores here, you can use basically, you can construct like a proceduralizable blueprint interface with an initialized method that takes in one of these cores. And these cores contain data like temperature, density, composition, type, things like that. And so as long as you create this interface, then create a way to instantiate your various types of objects that you want to spawn on these things based on the core you get, then all of a sudden, instead of just having colored dots, you have planets and stars and all kinds of shit, you know? And the cool thing is like everything participates in the night sky, right? So, like, the cluster we're in participates, the galactic clusters participate. Um, and so this is great and everything, but if I just let this run for an hour or two, it would just crash eventually. Um, and if I just to understand, like, this is, I'm multiplying the camera speed by int32 max, and I'm not at my maximum size for the Octree either, because it's not incredibly practical from a development perspective to make it as big as it can be, because you like it, but it becomes impossible to travel like on the large scale if you make it as big as it can be. And because all of this is working kind of relativistically like it does in reality, to constrain a player to a play area of the game world, all you literally have to do is say, okay, well, here's your max speed. And if that max speed is low enough, you ain't getting to any of these other galactic clusters without hitting a warp gate or something like that, because it's literally just too far away. It's like you would have to sit there for the rest of your life holding W, and you'd still never get there. You know what I'm saying? Because it's actually, well, here, let's take a look. How big is this Octree right now? So our initialization logic's in this harness. And I also have some proceduralized materials and things I've been working on. Just that stuff's kind of more fun for me. This is more like this is where the real work is, and it's all the fucking math and shit. But if I come in here, we can look at the initialized block. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where is my freaking... Man, this class is getting too big. I need to break it up. Here it is. So we added Proctree here and we initialize it to a... So that was at a depth of 60. If I do a depth of 70, that would be... Our size would be 2 to the 70th power units. Which if you're not a math nerd, it's a lot. That many units. So that's how big our universe is when I set this to 70. I believe if you take every unit as being a kilometer, you start hitting observable universe size. Like, you start surpassing the size of the observable universe at around 80 or 85 or something like that. Or it might have been 100, but regardless, it's big. It's really fucking big. And it's easy to kind of... Hang on, I can do this too. It's easy to kind of realize, just looking at it spawn in and randomly warp the shit, that if I break this chain here, it won't continually warp. That the scales involved are insanely huge. Oh, something broke. Oh, I broke it. Let's just take this back down to 60. I think this was, I changed this and I dropped off a connection here that shouldn't have done anything. So we might have been pushing I think we were making it too big for like the engine to actually support the numbers. But so it's gonna send us here. Go ahead, send me there. I think it will send me to one more, but I broke the chain so that it won't continually do it. But right now I only have 4 levels here, but the thing is, like, I can continually nest more and more space because we're still very big here. Okay, we're gonna get this warp, but then it's not gonna do it again. So like I'm multiplying the camera by 1 billion right now, looks like. And I can get bigger. So this is... So you can see I'm at the blue level. That would be like our stellar clusters. If you take the blue dots right now, each one could be interpreted as a single stellar cluster. So I'm flying around, and this is with camera speed 1 times 1 billion. Okay. This is how fast we go. At the scale of the blue orbs. If I wanted, let's see, was it 1 billion or 100 million? I was going 100 million is what we were at. Let's go up to 1 billion so I can get close to the system here real quick. Okay, so even though this is the lowest one that I'm putting in place right now, we're still going insanely fast. So if I put the player down, like let's say I wanted to define the player speed as only being able to go 10. And this is what I mean by like the relativistic motion. So like if I set the player speed to 10, you can't go anywhere. Like it's like you're too slow. I'm moving right now, by the way. This would be equivalent in this world space of about 10 kilometers per second. And going 10 kilometers per second, yeah, we don't move at all, actually. So we have to multiply the camera speed by quite a bit more than that. 10,000. And now we have some just barely perceptible motion. And that's what I mean by, like, you can have this game world that's open and is able to be traversed and, like, loaded in procedurally, and you can still constrain the player to, like, a specific star system until they figure out, like, a warp drive, or they do something like that, by just saying, okay, well, here's your max speed. And that's it. Like, they're stuck unless you give them a way to go faster than that or warp them or something like that. So each of these little green dots would represent, like, a single star system, basically. And then when you get close enough to one of these, you would just load it in, and randomize it with the core parameters from your voxel at that position. And if you kind of get the idea, is, like, not everything here would necessarily even be rendered at all. Like, if these are galactic clusters instead of a big red dot, you would have some sort of procedurally generated, like, little galaxy stars, like almost like a star field coming out of that stuff. And the same for a lot of these. And that's kind of where it starts bridging the gap from, like, just here's how I can generate all my point clouds and such, to, like, oh, okay, well, here's how we can, like, make it look freaking good, So, like, to go faster, I'll just max everything out. This was a fun one, was, like, coming up with the ability to, like, make this, like, spiral point cloud. That's a fun little function. But, like, you can see, like, this would be like a galaxy, and then each of these pink dots over here would be equivalent to another galaxy. But now let's see, we're at an order 60 Octree. We came from over there. I have the camera speed all the way up, multiplied by int 32 max. This is as fast as you can go in 5.1, although in 5.2 they upped it, so that will help a little bit. So if I wanted to travel to the place that we warped in from at this speed, so you remember we were watching all the other points, like, not move at all when we were moving, like, 10. Well, now all our galactic cluster points are barely moving, and we're going as fast as you can fucking go. So, like, you literally have to warp them there. Even, like, this is what I mean by it's not practical to work with it at the maximum size, because, like, if I want to fly to where I just came from, it's gonna take me a freaking minute, like, but luckily, to get around that, you can just change the size of the Octree, or the depth, the maximum depth that you spawn it in at. Instead of 60, you put in 55, and then all of a sudden you can fly around, because every level is another multiplication by 2, basically. You're dealing with powers of 2 here. So anyway, that's like the short story about what I'm doing in C++ right now. And what I'm basically trying to do is, I've written all these functions in C++. I'm not a C++ guy. I've been coding for a long time in a lot of different languages, and I did some C stuff a long time ago, but it's been a while. I'm not an expert. So it's like I fight the language as much as I fight, like, the logic of the program, and just like I just had a 30-minute bout with, like, how do I properly check for nulls? You know what I'm saying? Like, very basic shit. And it led me through 3 different types of pointers before I landed on the T-shared pointer, which actually seems to kind of be working. So currently I'm working on a test harness for all the logical functions that I've completed thus far, and basically debugging them and trying to get all the functions working synchronously. They're all using read-write locks. Write for writes, reads for reads, obviously. And So they should be thread safe. But I want to get them all tested and be sure they're working properly synchronously. And then probably sometime next week or next weekend, I'm going to go in and write the async blocks to do the expensive functions. We've got a few things that are expensive. Bulk inserts, where we generate an entire point cloud and then we decompose it in the tree, is very expensive. So we definitely want to run that off the main thread. All our searches, basically nearest neighbor search, find at a layer, find at depth from node, find in depth from node, things that basically try to take a position in the tree and like figure out nearby data. We want to happen off the main game thread, and then those will generate events and notifications to the game that we can respond to. So this is like, I would say this project's at like maybe the plugin, the C++ stuff is at maybe 33%. Like, I'm still working through a bunch of syntax shit, and I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of debugging and fixing stuff, but I think most of the core logic is here and reasonably sound. So I'm just working on that, you know? And I've actually been... I'm not a game dev by trade. I'm a software engineer, like just a full stack web shit. But I've actually been putting in some applications to see if I can snag something somewhere. So this is like, it's both fun for me. Like, I started this with no intention of like, I mean, I don't hate my job, but I just like playing with shit like this. Like, I like playing with Legos, you know? But I've gotten to the point where like, I'm like, okay, I feel like I could probably help contribute to a team. I already have a good job, so there's no pressure on me to take anything. So why not throw some applications out? I actually had an interview Friday. It was fun. It's kind of fun to do interviews when there's like, you're not like worried about starving if you fail it. So what I'm trying to do right now is basically debug the first insert method. Because I have a bunch of insert methods, but they're all calling the same helper function, and that helper function does the majority of the calculation of like the nodes derived data and stuff like that. And so I need to be sure that like as soon as the first one works, it'll probably be very easy to fix the other inserts, you know what I'm saying? And that's kind of how it works for everything. Like, you break through the issues. Like, once I figured out how to check null pointers correctly, it's like, oh, okay, well, I have a way to check null pointers now. Maybe it won't be so difficult anymore, and I won't be getting these, you know, tried to access OFFFFFF like hex code shit that doesn't mean anything to you unless you've programmed in the language for a long time. Here we go. Okay, so let's see. Looks like our current node is the root. That makes sense because our first insert is going into the root. So current node is a null pointer, which should break, but we've like, okay, so we've already fucked up. Already fucked up here. This needs to check this. But yeah, I totally like recognize that these videos, the videos from the past couple weeks of me basically just, like I said, face smashing on C++ that I don't understand, are probably going to be pretty fucking boring. But honestly, there's not really another good way to do it that I'm aware of. I have been incorporating some Chat GPT and some Copilot in, but you kind of gotta understand what those are good for and what they're not. They're actually insane. They're insane productivity tools, but they're wrong like 65 to 70% of the time in some little small way. So you need to understand well enough, like even if I don't know the syntax of C++, right? I've been coding for a long time, so like I can look at the code it spits out, even though it's in a different language, and like I can kind of understand what's going on. So you need to have at least the level of understanding of like the algorithm you're trying to do, what you're trying to get it to like help you out with. It's really good at like structs or like just like pure data models of shit. Like build me a data model of a galaxy, build me a struct for a galaxy or something like that. It's really good at that. It'll come up with shit that you probably wouldn't have thought of yourself. Like it got Levenstein distance on black holes when I asked it to do it that, and I was like, oh whoa, I probably wouldn't have thought of that. So it's a great thing to bounce like brainstorm ideas off of, or it's a great thing like if like sometimes it's helpful to like figure something out to like explain it and like have a conversation about it, and it like gives an artificial outlet for that. Whereas like otherwise you'd have to be asking like a coworker or some shit, but I'm doing it on my own, so I don't have that. So it's good for that. It can help you hash out like math, but don't expect it to always be right. So you also have to like basically be double checking it. So like if you don't understand like a math function, like I used it to help me write. Yeah, I used it to help me write the spiral galaxy point cloud distribution, and it's like it did it mostly right, but there was like several things wrong with it. So you have to understand, like you may not understand immediately like the functions it's using to generate the math, but once you have it in front of you, you need to be able to understand what it does so that you can tell if it's right or wrong. You can't like it's not good enough to where you just have it spit out like fully functioning C++ code and you're like, all right, we're good. You know, like it's fucking not gonna do that. It's gonna be, uh, you can have a bad time. And also like I feel like it's gonna be interesting the next few years. I feel like for somebody who's been a senior dev for a while, they've code reviewed other people a lot. They kind of have that kind of instinctive grasp on things, that it's actually a really fucking good tool because you can basically like have it mass generate code and just like look at it and be like, nope, that's wrong, nope, that's wrong, nope, that's wrong. Oh, but that part, ooh, that part's pretty nice. I'm gonna grab that piece and put it over here, and then oh, nope, that's wrong, nope, that's wrong. Oh, but this piece right here, oh, I wouldn't have thought to write it that way. That's really elegant. I'm gonna, so like you can like basically brute force it as long as you're good enough at like looking at it and being like, this makes sense, this doesn't. um, but it's going to be a huge pit trap for new devs, I think, who just want to um, like get something done they might not understand how to do, and they haven't done a ton of code reviews, and they haven't like got that instinctive kind of, the hair on the back of your neck stands up when you look at it and you just know something's wrong even if you don't know what it is. And that's going to be a huge pit trap for a bunch of like less experienced devs, I think, because you can't just rely on it even if it looks like you could. At least not yet. But yeah, here, I'll show you something it's real good at. All right, we're not asking it to do any logic. We're not asking it to do anything fancy. This is where it excels because it will go synthesize like Wikipedia level knowledge on galaxy without you having to research shit about a galaxy, and you'll be able to go in here and probably almost use this without any kind of changes. Oftentimes. Okay, can we add more detail? Can we add more details to these tracks? And this is kind of like, this is where it's very handy because, like, otherwise, so I'm a software dev. For me to go make the galaxy struct, if I wanted to do it in like a simulation fashion, um, here, in a simulation fashion, then I would have to go and I would have to go open up, some shit about astronomy and go try to come up with like, okay, I'm looking at this. How have people done this in the past? How have people done this in the future? Like shit about galaxies, and I'd have to go learn that shit myself, and then I could come up with a good struct to represent it. Um, and you still have to vet the information, but you know, it's pretty sick. This is a little better. Now we have a black hole position. I would argue that these would be the same. I mean, unless you want to get real technical, you could have like a binary pair of black hole where the center is offset, but size in light years, mass and soul, like this, it's got a bunch of shit in here. So like, I'm not gonna use this because this is overkill for what I want to do with it. But you can see what I mean. Like it can just like it can help with shit like this. It's also good for simple syntax questions. A lot of times it'll be faster than trying to look it up on Stack Overflow, which is just feels like increasingly useless. But yeah, so this is good. It's also like I hashed out a lot of the ideas for like how the Octave is gonna work with like back and forth conversations here. Like not even code, just like pseudocode and shit. And like it would keep getting math wrong, it's like I'd be like, nope, that's wrong. Try again. But yeah, it's pretty funny. That's a funny little robot. Okay, here we go. So let me see here. So I have. Okay, check it out. Our node is the root, and we didn't set it to a null pointer. So I think we're going to actually maybe have some success here. Path length is 8. That makes sense. Okay. It's not surprising. Not surprising that we would hit more null pointers because remember I just fixed up the entry null pointer and I've been blocked on this other shit with the pointer types for like a couple hours. Okay, so where's our call stack? Where do we call it? Okay, so we hit another null pointer somewhere. All right. I see the problem. And this is what I mean, like this is where the like It doesn't matter how much you understand about the algorithm. This is where it kind of breaks down a little bit, because we actually have to say, I think we have to construct a new object here. Because what was I doing? I was creating a null point. I was creating a pointer to a fproctree node. Yes, exactly. And you need to be able to understand enough to be able to understand when it's wrong, or it will fuck you. Like, there's going to be a lot of junior devs over the next few years that get fired for shit because they tried to just grab something from GPT and put it in something and it breaks something massive. And like, it's like, imagine ChatGPT is the most prolific junior dev the most prolific C student junior dev you've ever seen, that actually is pretty decent at doing like online research. And they, like, you can give them a task and they will give you the output from that task instantaneously, but you still got to code review it the same way you would code review a C student junior dev. Like, you gotta fucking, like, the work is in the code review, basically. You code review, you figure out what's wrong with it, you can tell it to make updates to it, and sometimes it'll do it correctly. Or you just take it as a base starting point, like you said, and just say, like, well, you know, the frame of the idea makes sense, but the code is like questionable, so we're gonna do something else. But yeah, so my problem right here is I was spawning one of these pointers, but I was just giving an empty constructor. I believe that's the issue. I need to pass it a new reference. So that should get us past the next null pointer. Yeah, and you know, I think that's gonna be its niche it falls into until probably the next big breakthrough after LLMs. It's gonna be the type of thing where you still need a creative human in charge of it, but it can do things like brainstorm 100 ideas 10 times a day, you know, and or like in so you need somebody who looks at that and says, like, 99% of these are trash, but you know, here's 5 good ideas. Or like, if you're an artist, like, maybe you have something in your mind's eye, but you don't want to take a risk on design, so like, instead of like white boxing it, or just like, you just say, okay, Midjourney, give me 10 images of this thing, and you look at them and you're like, these all suck, but you know, I kind of like the layout and composition of this one, so I'm gonna drop it in a new frame and kind of paint over the top of it. That kind of stuff it's gonna be hell useful for, because it's just like the volume of boilerplate stuff it can do is madness. Okay, back into it. Okay, here we are. This is where we were null last time. Oh, look at that. Not even null anymore. All right. I think. Yeah, we're good. Okay. I understand what's going on. I understand how to use these tools. I think it's going to work this time, is what it seems like. Yeah, I know. I can be enticed into a conversation about the interesting state of all the shit that's going on right now, but I do still want to fix this problem. Parent is destroyed. destroyed. That's unfortunate. Doesn't seem right. Wait, is this the route? I think it might be the route. Alright, we found another one. Ooh, this is a juicy one. Oh no, I'm scared. Okay. Alright, let's kill it. Got further that time. The thing that's fun about it though is like once this works, this will probably work or be close to it. This will work. This should also work. This one's gonna get invoked on a separate thread. These will too. Alright. Well, I don't know why it failed at the end there, so I'm just gonna have to go through it again. Back to grinding my face on it. Maybe I'll do like some fucking materials or something tomorrow. Shit is grindy. I do want to kind of get the C++ working though, because it's kind of blocking doing a lot of cool shit, I think. Alright, let's just go. Okay, I'm satisfied with this now. We're good there. I'm reasonably satisfied with that. I don't know why it's returning. Okay, go. Creator update node by index. Go. Damn it. I wanted to see the children. Okay, we only went one level down. So definitely some shit wrong here. Although, like, it might actually be okay. Let's see. So now we're here. No parent, 8 children, no children. Not great. Okay. So there's another way that I can do this. Not you. You. The problem may lie in my usage of this. Children index. Is auto a thing that I should be using? That's nice. How do I... Alright, let's check with coworker actually. How do I... So this seems promising. What is this? What is this specific object type here? This reference, what's the and do? I want to see that. Actually, that's a question for a coworker. Another good thing it's good for is answering syntax questions sometimes. So, what does the do? See, and like you have to like this stuff too. It's all grain of salt. Like you have to like it'll give you an idea of what may need to happen sometimes. Original value variable. Any modification original value. Yes, that's what we want. So. Just thinking. Oh gosh, I don't know if that actually matters. Let's see. Tree width. Now it's just internet reading times. Yes, it is. Just fucking sitting with it and like feeling stupid as it doesn't work basically for hours on end is how you fix it. Thanks, dude. Hmm. Interesting. I mean, that's what I'm trying to do, so. Alright, so let's see. So oops. Hold up. So can I just do auto here? That's pretty cool if it's true. That's very nice. Nope. Wait. Hold on a second. New node, probably not the best name. New child, new node. I mean, it's not that bad, I guess. All right, hang on. So this is what happens when our index of that child is null. We come into this if block here. And if that's the case, we get the node this guy and we do a bunch of stuff to it. Then we wanted to put it in here, but I don't actually think that's right. So you have this node created. If we didn't get it, okay, let's just comment it out for now. So if we didn't get it, we need to get the new node from this. Pretty clever. All right. No, not like that. Jesus. What's this? Let me think. How do I get the fucking... If I have a t-shirt pointer, how can I get a regular reference? Bam. Do we do this further down the line? Just thinking, because like we still have construction to do on this at this point. We have a new node already in hand. We don't need this. We need to check if we're active. If we are, we need to set the node to activate and populate as proceduralized data. Oh, the brain fuzz starts setting in around 3 a.m., huh? I did want to look at some the parallax occlusion mapping stuff that I saw from RenderBucket this weekend. Need to check for activated. Yeah, but why am I checking activated? Shouldn't I be checking the child? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. So equals ourself. Create a new node. If we're activated. What is... Okay. Oh, I see. Calculate it here. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. We're passing it externally. I was like, don't we need to do a calculation here? But it's being done externally, so that actually does make sense. What doesn't make sense is that I have... This is not activated in here, and then this is activated out here. So let's think. If I just set these values and I moved this out, yep. That's gonna make more sense here. And the guy I talked to today was right. That it's probably more efficient when the time comes to get the parent's information. To OR this, we don't want to iterate through the tree and be like flipping things off. So we can OR with the current data because like we don't... Yeah, this makes sense. So this is basically... Okay. Check to see if the index that we're trying to insert into is valid. If it's not, we need to instantiate all the values on this new node that we made up here. Path, index, depth, size, center, bounding box, seed. We need to set its parent to ourself. Otherwise, we set it to our child. Now we have this new node here. We come down here. We set up a bunch of initial values. These can be static calls, except for this guy. Relative scale is always 1. Location offset always 1. Density, we'll just set to 0. Temperature 0. Composition No, 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 no. It's not activated. We don't set any values. It's like a whack-a-mole. And then now we've completely configured this new node, and we need to set something like that. So I'm not 100%, but I think maybe that's better. Let's try it. Breakpoint right here. Just step through the whole thing. No, of course not. What failed? Alright. Builds at least. Here we go. See if we even get this far. That might be a problem because I think the parent's supposed to be a weak pointer. Yeah, so I need to do this. Oops. Capital? I don't remember what I did a second ago. Yeah, there it is. Was it like and? No. How can I go from a make shareable? What the fuck is that? Is this what I'm supposed to be doing? So we're trying to set the parent. I'm still bumbling my way through learning C++, so gotta bear with me. T-weak pointer, T-shared pointer. It's just supposed to be like that. Aha. Aha, aha. Aha. Keep bashing. Bash, bash, bash.
Stop.
These should probably just be left to the defaults. Because we're setting data and that's not as efficient as just leaving it alone. Just use defaults. Make a little note to myself so that when it comes around time to optimize all this, we'll have some spots to look at. Okay. Hey, I'm getting into it. We're getting down into the guts of it now. If I can get it to finish this function, I'd be in good shape to stop for the night, because if I can get it to do one, tomorrow I'll probably be able to get it to do all the rest of them. Alright, here we go. Boop. Yep. We build the node. We build the node. Interesting. Invalid children is strange. Something wrong with the path. Possibly. Children index. Yeah, this is fucked. I think I I probably need to interact with it in a different manner. T weak pointer may be wrong too. It may be robust enough to just use the. Yeah, let's try that. Okay. Come on. All right, let's go. Boop. And doop, 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 doop. Seems okay. Let's take a look. Seems good. Seems good. Okay, it was a null right there. So that was wrong. I lost a reference of. Probably lost context on the reference or something. There's quite a bit more grinding here before this thing becomes usable. Uh-oh. We have an issue here. Anybody see the problem? That's the same. I think I have to do it like this. How can I get... So, let's see. So... Sure. This is kind of sus. I want a little bit more granular look at what's going on here with the data, so it's not all in one line.
that's not
My
good.
other two children.
Fucking hell. You literally start and get your fucking arse handed to you. Yes, I'm sure there are tactics, there's combos. That's good for you. You probably put a lot of hours into this. I put next to none. Yeah, we love a bit of input red blocking, don't we? There you go. Get down. I'm aware this guy's probably is over, and I'm playing the rush down. Work that one out. I didn't know that. From what I have played of this, yeah, input reading wise it can be pretty severe. Oh yeah, that's his super. That's it. Oh, actually hit. Why was that not finished? I don't understand why his super does so little damage. That did like a minute amount of damage for his super. That's kind of cap. So she's up to dog wreck shit. What? I mean, not the way everyone just carries on their day. There's like two Usari Gamas just having a soul bad guy. I'll tell you what his name is. Soul bad guy. on one hand, we've got a dude who's got a Kusari Gama, which is arguably one of the most savage. Okay, that was pretty good. Come on, you can come to me. You can come to me. Put your little ready break moves all you want, but you're coming to me. And that hits all day. Just basically wait for them to be on the kind of down of the. Ah! Okay, her yo-yo seems to have some fun range to it. Very well. Oh! I didn't think I had the range there. Apparently I did. He is pretty cool. I do like that. Like I said, I don't know the characters, but he's pretty cool. I do like the way there's such analysis. The dude is a bag in his head. Faust. He's named after a large broadsword. I didn't know that. The Faust is what Siegfried uses in Soul. That evil Loki screen is it's an interesting idea. Oh my god, where are we? This is a trippy freaking. It looks like. Do you remember the game Catherine? You're in the dream thing and you gotta like push everything around to Ow! Wait, this dude is that's a very large scalpel. You know, this is how everyone's counters against me. It usually results in a very large combo. What? Hang on, did I see a banana just then? Those are bananas. If I want to finish someone with a super, I've really got to wear them right down because the supers are kind of wimpy. Well, alright, you want to hang back, dude? I can hang back. Whoa, range? This guy is just. This Faust chap is a very odd one, isn't he? Oh, I hit that prematurely. No, he's just hit you out of it. Okay, so you can just hit people. He just turned into a scarecrow. This is fucking Howl's Moving Castle. I didn't think I was in range of that fucking bomb, but never mind. It's alright, if that's what. What's Giovanna doing? Okay. I appreciate the assist. I mean, at the end of the day, I just only lost that round by Nat's cock him out, but
thought it seemed questionable.
Got you in the corner, Sonny. You can block this if you want. Don't think you can though, because there's only good chip damage. Didn't give all his help there, did I? Got 10. That sounds like a. Is that like a river in it?
That's not right.
I don't know. It just. It's not that well rushed. It's not anything though. It's also from what's that game in post-apocalyptic Russia? I can't even think it was called. The Last Light. Oh yeah. Oh my god! He's a fucking gigas! Oh, he just okay. He just goes through your attacks. See, very well. Oh look, backing off, don't they? He's got priority hit though on that flash attack I've got. Right. Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, jump. Go on, jump again. I dare you. Yeah. Fuck it. Get in there and kick his ass. There's nothing more satisfying than mixing up rushdown with zoning. Oh, that little backhand, that little fucking priority hit backhand he's got is really irritating. Jesus Christ, they want this guy to win, don't they?
T-shared pointer, Proctree node, current node, make shareable this. That seemed to work
Sorry,
here.
didn't read the memo. This is this is an arcade name, Nagoriyuki. Nagoriyuki. Okay, then we get another samurai. He looks like Skeleton from Bangayo. Oh, stop referencing every anime you've ever watched. For fuck's sake. Oh, we're back to this bit here. Right. Oh, he's a bit large. Oh. Okay. fighting game. Stop fucking putting teleporting instant. Oh, so he's also invincible when he goes into bleeding fucking dick mode. Right, I see. There's also a fine mechanic though, where if he's missed, right, he is framed out, but yet he can still block. I strongly disagree with the fact that he can just he's invincible when he's doing his fucking charge up. I strongly disagree with the fact that each of his attacks seem to do 7 times the damage of mine. It's very unbalanced, isn't it? I mean, I agree. This is meant to be a boss battle. I get that. I get that now, which explains the bullshit. That is a shocking amount of bullshit. He's hit me 4 times. I pressed the wrong button there.
I need to look up how to write the object destructor as well. Looks like the path's still not parsing correctly. Which is funny because it's getting an index.
Look, that was my super, and it did literally half of his standard slash. And I crossed it there. I crossed it, which means he was pissed, and I would have got the attack and the rear frame. But no, okay. I mean, I played some bullshit bosses before in games. Like, seriously, I mean, I was expecting a generation to bring to mind. And it just jumps straight into just, you know, fair enough, the boss was one thing, but I'm struggling to beat standard characters now. With that being said, I turn on the turn on the camera here to record and I'm actually wanting to.
Suspicious of this, all this stuff down here. This is
Which I don't
probably wrong.
as you said. I don't know the way they just hit you out your super. Like, your super means nothing to them. Although that round lethal Valentine is quite a good character. But yeah, like I said, I thought, you know, give myself a break. And Kai Kiss game, the Sin Kiss game? If I knew there was a Sin, I would have been there. Yeah, so yeah, like I said, I gave myself a bit of a break. Gave myself, you know, give it rest the hands, rest the brain, because that final boss is ridiculous. And I'm just struggling against standard characters now. Oh, this guy looks awesome. Wow, that was I've really got. The reason I've gone quiet is I'm just full blown concentrating now. Come on then. Come on then. I can be here all day, mate. Fine, don't come at me. Oh shit. You're in range. What? Oh my god, this guy's not fucking around. Shit. He just turned into a fucking demon. Considering how puny my fucking super is, when the computer uses its super, it's always so devastating, isn't it? All about pushing them back. It's called zoning. And then when they jump in range, you do something very silly like that. Okay. I know.
Alright, this is gonna be the last time I run it, and then I'm gonna go to sleep, and then I'm gonna get up tomorrow, and I'm gonna come and fix all this shit. We really just have to get one done, and I think it's gonna get a lot easier, but it is definitely a struggle. Alright, here we go.
Oh my god, it's a witch with a guitar. That's awesome. Okay, taking you on in rushdown is a stupid idea, isn't it?
That looks right.
I mean, a witch with a guitar. I'm more than happy to hang back though. If you don't want to attack me, that's totally up to you.
That looks right.
I literally legit don't mind hanging back.
Um... How should...
I mean, she's a really quite cool character. But like, endless possibilities.
What do you think, ChatGPT?
Gigas is back. blocking. Right. Let's take on the last assholes now. Nagori Yuki. Come on in. Let's see if a little bit more, you know, going off and starting the arcade mode again means I've kind of got a little bit of a better arsenal to face him with, maybe. Yeah. Oh, we got a combo. That's cool. Wait, I might be able to beat him actually with the with some assistance. Right. Oh, come on now. At least he's not just focusing solely on me. He's still got. Flipping out. What is this? Come on, Giovanni. Do you reckon you could, I don't know, beat the hell out of him, please? Not like me. That'd be great. Right, well, she's just going to do that. I'm going to just do this and just take his legs out the entire time. Oh, hey, knocked a level off it. Right, let round 2, and then we've got this. Just having that extra character makes such a huge difference. This is so much better. Ow, except that damage output was just ridiculous. Stop teleporting. Come on, you cannot tank through this. You cannot tank. Oh, blocked all of it. Giant worse. Come on now. Right. Come on. He's just flipping everything. And then just hits me out my super. With some OP attack. What is this? What the? I've noticed Giovanna doesn't have a health bar, which is pretty cool. So I'm just let her rush him down. I'm just gonna just throw projectiles at him, even though you can't block. Wait. You can't block from both sides, mate. If you're blocking, you block from the front. You can't have some force field. Force fields equates cheating. What? There's 7 times here. He's just. Is that a slash? Have we beaten him? Have we done it? I think we've done it. What?
Does sound right. Hmm. Hmm. So basically, as soon as this goes out of scope, it's doomed, right? All right, I'm gonna call it a night. Later.